live. Just summon Botman really quick. Here we go. Perfect. All right. Botman's live, and so are we. All right. I think we're good to go. Oh, good. Em got invited to a work thing that she thought she wasn't going to be able to go to, and then it ended up working out. Then she wasn't sure she was going to get a ticket. She got the ticket, so she's all good. Okay. VPN is off. That was good. That'll probably keep us a little more stable. Turn up the gain on the microphone just a little bit, because that's probably going to be quiet. Excuse me. There we go. I'm coming out over the top of the music now. Will that still be the case if I'm over here? How are we doing? Is that good? A little better? But not clipping? Somewhere in the middle? Okay. Down just a hair, I think. There we go. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close this. And we are beginning. So, I was designing a new cardboard ball machine because I think that's going to be a little bit more successful than trying to do the tree. I'm just getting used to carrying this around and seeing if it's going to work, because since I'm going to have a hip pack anyway with the microphone, I figured I might as well break out my old hip pack from when I used to work on set and get a few more things just on me. And maybe I'll stop losing shit. That'd be good. Okay. So, actually, I might as well keep that over here. I got a 3D print going. That's not related to this. That's making curtain rod hangers. Command hook curtain rod hangers. That are fit to the actual curtain rod that we have. I don't really have to print these out, but it's kind of nice to. So, first thing we're going to do here is make our framework pieces. That's most of what today is going to be. And how are we starting? I had said 2 meters in the 3D model when I was kind of testing out the framework. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think, because what? How wide is this table? This table is 4 feet, maybe? Oh, not even. Okay. Let's make sure I'm right on the perimeter, right on the diameter here. Yeah, 45.5-ish, a little shy of that. So it's going to go on the wall in basically the same space that this table is occupying. And you can see some of the cardboard stack over there at the very corner of the frame. So we're going to be confined to that, I think. I don't think I should make it much bigger than that. Otherwise I'm going to have a problem. So with that in mind, let me see what I can do here. We're going to want to... Shit. We're going to want to use our thicker pieces for this part, obviously. And I have some of those tucked over to my left side here. You're right. Oh, there we go. Nice. I have the music running to me. It's just nice to be able to hear the tunes, you know? But this headphone extender, this like any to any headphone jack, not really working great for me. Okay, so this is the piece we want. Please excuse my belly. Alright, so this is pretty much exactly the length that I want. And since it's pretty much the length that I want, we're going to say that it just is. Okay, and then what I'm going to do from here, we're going to cut this into as many strips as I can get away with, but we need to figure out how wide a side of the strip is going to be. So basically, I don't quite have all my room back in here, or, you know, opened up in here. It's still a little bit cramped. Getting some of the cardboard out of here will be very good for that. Anyway, we're basically making two cardboard squares that are going to be kind of one in front of the other, and then with connective tissue between. So that means that the beams that are making the squares out of, if I want it to be about this wide, then that means I can probably get away with making the beams about that wide. So I just need a marker for that. It's easier than remembering a number. We're just going to take a big sticky note here. Ooh, I got to get the air on. It's hot. Okay. So we're just going to take this, fold it over. Okay. And then we'll just take a Sharpie and say, I'm going to make this about that wide. So what I'm then going to do is go down the beam, and then each of these will need to be 4 so that we have that width for each side of the square tube, and then a little bit extra to fold over. So you want 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I guess we'll say the extra is going to be about that amount. Okay? So then we just repeat that down the line. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, and then again 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. I have it all the way down on that end. This is a lot more space to work with than I had in the old place, that's for sure. 2, 3, 4, oops, and 1. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all that extra crap that I have, like the packing material, the plastic and the paper and all of that stuff, and I'm going to use that to pack these, just for these framework pieces, because if they're packed, they're a lot harder to buckle. So we just need to fill them up with shit, and then we'll be in good shape. There we go. I don't think that's quite going to reach halfway across. Oh, it does. I misjudged. Okay. We can swing that. Okay. So that goes all the way across. And I'm actually going to put a new blade in my knife. I think it's the last new blade I have. So, it's not to be taken lightly. Okay, there's the new blade. Careful, careful. Because I'm going to be cutting into the top surface of the cardboard a lot here. And the end of this one is chipped off. Actually, I guess I could flip this one around. I don't think I've done that yet. So we'll do the old flip first. Put this guy away. Ooh, that's sharp. Okay. Careful, careful. Oh boy, hold on. I got this. Just trying to get this back in here without injuring myself. There we go. That's better. Without injuring myself and without ruining the end of the fresh blade. Okay. So we're going to go all the way down the line here. and slice this. Okay, hold on, slide a little bit more. Should have a nice clean fold here. Not that one's the one that's part of the box. There we go. Ooh, that's a very satisfying noise. Okay. Now this corner needs to be cut. I'm gonna take that around. Just want to try not to bump the 3D printer. It's probably not going to like that. Oh, shit. Okay, a little bit off course here. We're going to fix it. That. We need to take this part that's left over here. Folds right there. I'm just going to slice it down the inside like we're gutting a fish. Cool. Alright, now we got a smaller piece to work with. Put that aside for now. How bad was that slice? Oh, I guess it's on that side? I thought it was on the side of the part. Wasn't it? Oh, yeah, it is. It's right there. That's pretty minimal. Okay, I'm not worried about that at all. That should overlap with the structural piece. Okay, so for these, we're not actually going to cut. We're just going to score it so that we can fold it around. I think I'm going to paint this at the end of the day. I'm not certain. Stay put now. Come on. Starting to slide away on me. I want to deal with that. Fortunately, that's the edge that's going to end up folded inside, so it doesn't matter that much. But I still don't want to screw it up. Got that marked up. You can see it's got stripes all the way down. It's like we're making a Pinewood Derby track or something. There's my water. Way over there. I'll leave that over there. So, didn't I have a... I need a punch. Screwdriver could work. I don't really care about this screwdriver. I'll just use this as a punch. I'm going to be zip tying things together and then trying to adhere them with silicone. Because that's what I have. Is it a good idea? Not really. Not really, no. Okay. So we're just scoring this side. Do my best to follow the line closely. Alright. One step at a time. I think that was part of my problem the first time I tried to do this, is I just tried to have visible progress as quickly as possible. And that is a good thing to do, but not at the expense of overall success. So mesmerizing to go down these lines. Need to get the headlamp cam, man. Just need to figure out what kind of headband I want to use. And then we should be able to do that. It's tempting to try and just do the scoring with the T-square down, but it's so much easier to do one thing at a time. Focus on holding the T-square steady while you're drawing the line, and just draw a line, which is a much easier thing to do. And then when it comes time to score and you have to focus on putting the right amount of pressure and making sure you're not dragging off the line that you want to be on and all that kind of stuff, you can just focus on that. At least for me, that's kind of how it shakes out. Okay, so that wraps around like that. That makes a tube. It's not perfectly square, but it's pretty good. So we're going to attach this. For now, first with zip ties. Then I'm going to squirt some silicone in there and tighten the zip ties down. Hopefully the silicone will help keep it strong. And then we're going to cram this full of paper and crap. And hopefully this makes a really good beaten stick. Be able to keep myself in line. I've been really getting out of hand lately. Got a little corporal punishment to teach myself a lesson. I don't condone it for other people, but for myself. Okay, so how much are we covering here? We are in a good 1, 2, 3, 4 ripples. So if I put it right there, we should be okay. This way I can be consistent. I just pick like a ridge in the cardboard, and then I keep poking into that, and I can be sure that I'm not drifting. I have a ton of these zip ties, so we can just kind of go nuts with it. No harm done. Okay. I'm going to close this up for alignment. I think I'm going to hold it with my trusty blue tape. Solves almost every problem. Get this into place. Make sure it's where I want it when I wrap this tape around. Okay. One more at the end here, I think, just for safety. There we go. Okay. actually need that back right now. It's time to do more stabbing. Okay, so now we're just going to line these up, poke through, and then I need to think about how I'm going to round these corners. So what I'm going to have to do is put a second hole in next to each one so that this can just be a little stitch. And, you know, I can piece together how I'm going to do that here on this side. But as I get into the middle, I don't really know that I'm going to be able to do what I'm doing right now and feed that through. Maybe not. Possibly don't need the silicone? Maybe. I don't know. At least get the ones on the ends, because we know that'll work. And then we just kind of need to strategize and figure out how I'm going to do the ones in the middle. Maybe I've been able to do something like this before by just like bending the zip tie around, but I don't see that working in this situation. Should at least hold itself together now. Maybe I just won't do as many holes. I feel like I should do at least 5. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could do that. Okay, so we'll do... That work? Did it go all the way through? Feels like it did. Yeah, it totally did. Okay, so now the question is there a way that I can squeeze my arm in here? Oh yeah, it's feeling like now. But how do we go about this? Tweezers. That's how we go about this. I've got those handy too. Oh, shit. This should not be on the floor. This is a very sharp needle for cleaning out my 3D printer nozzle. Fuck. It's a good thing to have right where you're walking around. Sometimes barefoot. Currently barefoot. And those are going all the way through both? Yes. Now, can I open them just enough to get the zip tie? It's like I'm a surgeon. What I really want is to be able to just rig up the OBS directly to my eyeball. So it would make things smooth. See, I can get it through there, but I can barely get the tweezers open after it's through. And I don't know if I really want to bore out the hole enough that I can open them. It seems like it might be a bad idea, structurally. And yet, what choice do I have? Because I kind of think none. Unless I can stick the head of one of these zip ties through and then stick another one down there. And if I can get the two of those together, yes, I am holding this with my teeth. You gotta do what you gotta do. Come on. It really does look like one of those surgery videos, you know? Where you see either like working on the practice machine or whatever with the little needles controlled by the computer. That's what it feels like I'm doing right now. Feels like I'm studying to become a surgeon. This is basically the same thing. I need one of those little puller grippy thingies. Like what you get to, like if you drop a screw inside of an engine cavity or something like that. Those little... I have one of those. I have no idea where. Maybe in here. That would be a serious stroke of luck. Doesn't look like it's in here. It's not gonna be in there. I remember packing that. Okay, well, if it's anywhere beyond there, that's gonna take too long to find today. So I need to think of a different solution. Sorry, printer. I hope that didn't upset you. Okay. So what's my other solution? I think we try to thread a string through with a wire and then use the zip tie to pull the wire through. I mean, use the string to pull the zip tie through. Unless I can just do it directly and pull the zip tie with a wire. Can't do it quite yet because with all this cardboard, the desk is out, this table's out further than it's supposed to, but I'll be able to roll my chair straight up to this table, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm still kind of doing that, but I'm like facing this direction. It's like we're both watching the door together. And then bring it around and up again. Maybe it's not quite sharp enough. I think I need a sharper corner here. Challenge will be actually getting it through. Come on. Go, go, go. Go. Yes. This is going to work, but I need a stiffer wire, which I do have. This over like that. Clip this off. No, still not quite there. Through. At the end of the day, I've basically ended up making an eye hook. Man, hold on, I'm struggling with this. And then after I get this around the bend, I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to... Well, let's see if we can get around the bend first, and then we'll deal with attaching the string. That felt like it was happening. Did I do it? No. Damn. can bend it enough to get in there. If I take the tape off. I mean, we do have it pinned now with the one on the end. Or I guess one on each end. We're doing two. So maybe if I pop these middle tape pieces off, and we'll skip that step next time. So we do have to make a few more of these, but I wanted to sit down and troubleshoot making the first one all the way through before I start, like, trying to repeat a process that I'm not even really confident in yet. Okay. That feels like it's part of something, like I'm kind of getting in there. Oh! Okay, let's poke the rest of these holes. I know how to do this. This will work. So we poke the rest of our holes. And then unfortunately our two first zip ties will have to be sacrificial in the name of knowledge. Some of you may die. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. There we go. So what we need to do is do this the other way around. So we have our small piece here that wraps around, and we can just feed it up like this from what will be the inside. And then as we close it, we can just pass all of these through the other one. I feel better about this plan. Pop those, see? Just kind of got that popped in there like that. Thanks, pimp. How you doing? What's your day looking like? Yeah, this ought to solve that problem. Got to pop these in at the beginning while we still have the chance. That was what I was getting wrong. But see, this is why we do one all the way through. Because otherwise I would have gotten to that point, had, there's a total of 8 of them. And they would have been all taped up, and then I would have had to undo all that tape. That would suck. So now we just need to try to pop these all through as we close. What I think I'm going to have to do so that it holds up is pop these through like this. There we go. And then close this like just one click so that it actually holds up. Then we can get the other ones fed through without having to fight it as much. Okay, day looking sunny with a chance of bratwurst for dinner. That sounds like a good day. That's the kind of weather I'm looking for. Light showers, little pork. Good stuff. There we go. I love it when it works out. That's the best thing. When I'm stuck on some stupid little issue and then we're able to make it work, it's just the most satisfying thing. It's glorious. Okay, so then maybe while it's all open like this, we will also go ahead and do the silicone all up in it, because we'll have it, it's just kind of like partially ajar, so we can just run silicone all the way up the inside, then zip it down tight. Evidently, you can use this as adhesive. I'm only using it as adhesive because I have extra from a different project that was in the old apartment that is now... Well, I did finish it, but it's also not relevant anymore. I mean, adheres to metals, plastics, woods. It should stick to cardboard. I think I should probably score it up, though. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'll get the rest of these pinned, and then I'm just going to go through with the knife and rough it up inside there so that the glue gets, like, inside the cardboard sheet and not just on the surface. Where are you getting bratwurst from, Pimp? You'll be proud of me, by the way. I got a ditto in my team in Scarlet. My brother's not happy with me. I'm not playing enough. He's like way further ahead of me. And then I sign on again and he's like, have you done all the pseudo-legendaries yet so that you can get around the map? And I'm like, no. I did catch this, though. Small place called Johnsonville. Oh, very, very underground, very unknown. Love it. Oh, God damn it. Can't be good for the quality of the print. I won't have this problem soon. I mean, this is the whole point. This is what we're doing with the cardboard. We're making this project because we love projects, but also because the cardboard has to go. Scoring it up to try to maximize our adhesion. This works on anything, but it'll make an exceptionally big difference, I think, on cardboard, just because the cardboard's going to be tempted to just delaminate, which I don't want. And so if the silicone's like in between the layers, hopefully it'll hold firm. Ditto is very cool to cache. Yeah. I like that it just pops up. For me, it was a Tauros. In fact, I was playing with my brother just last night, or the night before, and I was basically just, like, he's basically just using me as a prop so that we can share an online world, and he's able to access the Pokemon from Scarlet and get what he needs. So I was just kind of walking around, and he was looking for the Scarlet Regional Tauros. And we were looking for, I don't know, a good couple of hours. At least an hour and a half. And he couldn't find one. And then all of a sudden at the very end, like, I had signed off. I had told him goodnight, had shut down, and then I was just opening the game back up, like picking the game back up just to close it. Like to sign out of the online session because he had left it open. He was still playing. And there was a herd of them right in front of me. And I just called him like, dude, come back. Now is the time. And he did get it. So it worked out at the end of the day. It's cool that the worlds can be shared. I know, right? Yeah, I really like that. I like the way they did online. And then I think, since I'm going to mount this on the wall, I'm at least going to put a clear coat on it. I might paint it black. Because most of my furniture is black. So I think it would match nicely. Down the other way. Em and I are going to go to B&H. Oh, hey! Good morning, Corey. How you doing today? Em and I are going to head into Manhattan to go to B&H this weekend, and I'm going to get my new audio equipment. So hopefully, if I can get it set up before the weekend's over, next week you'll be hearing me on a lapel mic. which will be cool. Oversleeping? Dude, same. I overslept today. I'm supposed to get up with Emily at 7. I got up at 8:45 or 9. Which is by no means anywhere close to the worst oversleeping I've ever done. But a little awkward when she's getting up to go to work and I'm like just conked out. She leaves me be though. She's nice about it. The real B&H sounds really fun. It is. We went, not last weekend, we went to Lion King last weekend. So the weekend before, we went to B&H to basically shop. This is my birthday present from Em. She's going to help me buy some new audio equipment. So I'll pay a little bit and she'll pay a little bit. And I just went, I mean, like, they have just a whole huge dedicated microphone and, like, audio peripheral section that is just amazing. I really want to get back into doing some sound-related stuff. I mean, we are getting the new piano, or the new keyboard. That's going to be on the way soon. I think Em needs to finalize the order. So that'll be here. So we'll be doing some music for realsies. For reals. Even if it means I have to make an ass out of myself and be bad and relearn on camera. Because I play by ear. I learned by ear. So, you know, I'm hoping that I'll have the memory, but I don't know that I do. But on top of that, I used to, when I was in college, I was a sound designer. So I want to bring in, so I mentioned the keyboard, and I'm getting the interface. I'm going to get a couple of XLR cables to connect everything with. I'm getting a wired lavalier, so the lapel mic, and then shotgun, which are the long, skinny ones. Probably a shotgun. Just because it's easier to point around either the apartment out there if I can't have the lav on, or in here. And it gets, they get good quality sound. I'm going to go and probably listen one more time before I decide, because those little radio mics are pretty nice. But I just feel like Right. The lapel hit back and shotgun. Still waking up. No worries. Yeah, and I've revived my hit pack from my set days that I'll be using. So I'll be able to have some of my easy access tools, and then I'll put the audio equipment in here also. Shit, I gotta stop bumping that. That print's gonna be fucked. Yeah, so that's fancy. We'll have that back again. Or I guess I'll have that back again. I've never had that on the channel. But I've got all this walking around space here, you know, I had to use it. I don't have the walking around space right now because there's more cardboard than I can know what to do with right there. But when I have a cardboard project coming up, I can't bring myself to get rid of it. What's the print? My own... custom, but pretty much the same as theirs. Command hook for a curtain rod, made to fit our curtain rod, which is just a standard size curtain rod. But it's a little. The tolerance was just a little bit off, but for a command hook, that doesn't really matter, right? Because you're just kind of putting it up and leaving it there. And so I'll adjust the tolerance for the other ones around the apartment, but this is the one that'll be the curtains in here. So I don't really care if it's not perfect. It's never going to be on camera. But yeah, so I've got the back plate piece with the little tooth, and then it's got the matching bars in the back of the hook section. Yep, there we go. And then so you stick that to the wall, pop that on there. Works just like a command hook. That pops in. Imperfect stuff is the best for camera. You're right, what am I thinking? That's exactly what I need. All I need to do is make this even more scuffed. That's the unenlightened way. This is the way. Okay. So before we put pressure on that, we need to stab it. Oh, where's that other wire piece I was using? This should work for my stabbing purposes. Oh, and I got a couple more sections done on the map. The Everbound map. So what? I have four of them at the level of detail of the one that we did. And then 2 of them are half done at that level of detail. And we have a total of... how many of those units? I think that was the... it was... 8 by... is it by 6? 8 by 7, I think, because it's 35 by 40 kilometers, and those are blocks of 5 kilometers. Yeah, so it would be 8 by 7. So... wait, so then didn't I just get to that math? Wrong answers only. How to bedazzle a green screen. First thing you're going to want to do, you're going to want to make sure that you're using both green and blue rhinestones for your bedazzling, because then, whether or not you're trying to see the green screen, some of your jewels will be missing. No matter what you do, something is wrong. And that's the way to properly operate a set environment. That's what I recommend. Poke. Ow! And then you're going to want to put as many lights as possible, like super close, right on the sparkliest part of the jewels. Your polygon math the other day was super wrong. I wouldn't have noticed. What was wrong about it? Not much of a math guy. Okay. It's goo time. We're gooing. I think if I just run a bead down the whole thing, we should be okay. Okay, it's starting to goo. This is not a recommended adhesive. Just to be clear. This is me using what I have on hand. I have silicone. We'll be using silicone. Slow down a little bit. Because it tends to just ooze for a little while after you stop. So I stopped actually squeezing, like, I don't know, like 6 or 8 inches too early. What was the math I was trying to do? How many squares is it? Should be able to figure that out. drippy drippy. Stop that. We'll be doing that. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to try and zip these down. If 5 by 10 kilometers equals 10,000 polygons, 40 by 40 kilometers equals 320,000 polygons, not 80 million. Oh, that's good. Because 80 million was a shocking number. I started panicking. So I'm glad that that's not accurate. Yes. I think the zip ties plus the silicone should be pretty rock solid. So we don't have an 80 million polygon map. You forgot that each section was 25 mini sections. Oh, hence being off by a factor of 25. I see. Well, that is very good news for me. So I'm happy to hear that. Obviously, I would never cheer for your failure. But given the circumstances, I would say this is good news. How are we looking in there? Yeah! Yeah! Alright. That feels like it'll be very strong. Just as I planned it. Okay, so now we need to do the next part of this. Okay, I'm glad we actually have a method figured out to make those, because these are kind of really important to the structure of the entire thing. I'm wondering if I should have a big solid base plate and top section. And then just have these as arms. But I kind of don't want to. Like, I like the look of it being... it'll look kind of like gridiron-y, you know? I just think it'll be neat. If I can't make decisions based on neatness, then I don't want to make decisions at all. Being wrong is great, just not when it's accidentally deceiving people. Well, to be fair, you can't accidentally deceive someone. You can accidentally mislead someone. But don't credit yourself with deception. Deception implies intent. I say not guilty. So we're just going to stuff it with paper and crap to make it less likely to collapse on us. I figure we stuff this full of stuff and it'll be even stronger. And we fully have the ability to do this. And if I do it while the silicone is wet, it will push the silicone out from the inside. And help make that a stronger bond also. So this is our process. Just cramming it full of paper. Yeah, and the reason I'm doing this is, in order for this to fail, it needs to buckle. And it's a lot harder for it to buckle if it's full of stuff. making people conceive an idea disly. Whatever that word is. Mislead words. Alright. Look, I'm just trying to keep you out of prison, Corey. Okay? Need a flashlight. Ah! Ow! Stabby. I think this is already taking the idea a little more seriously than we did a few years ago. Because this is like going to be real structural support. The structural support that I tried to make the first time, I mean, I was just trying to make progress too fast. I mean, I've been here for an hour and 18 minutes, and I've got this. But we're going to try and keep it up on the wall this time. So, you know, it's worth trying to make sure that it's actually going to do the job. Yeah, what were we talking about earlier? The audio equipment. Yeah, I want to play around with, well, first of all, I want to be able to do the online voice acting stuff that Emily has been trying to encourage me to do. And then I'd also like to be able to do some Foley kind of things, because I have enough room in here that I could do that. And I miss doing Foley. It's my favorite thing about being a sound guy. Don't split on me there. Take it easy. I can feel it firming up. Ooh, it's getting there. All right. We're getting a little more friction now. Foley is very cool. I was good at it too. We'll definitely play with some Foley stuff. I miss Foley. One of my ideas was to I had actually talked to Melody about trying to do the entire, and I think I mentioned it on stream as well, do the entire Minecraft like audioscape, but with my voice, which I think would be hilarious, but it's already been done. The "we built a stone path to stomp boots on" Foley, not the wiggling some jello Foley. Hey, it's all Foley. Wiggling jello is important too. Thank you. But I instead thought it might be fun to go back to my my Foley artist roots and try to make a high def, or I guess hi-fi audio resource pack for Minecraft. Because like you've got these super high fidelity texture packs, so then you need a high fidelity audio pack to go with it. Like let's get you got the texture pack, you got the shaders. You're denying your ears satisfaction. The good Lord didn't give me much of a sense of taste, but he gave me ears. He gave me good ears. Or she. Or they. Or it. Maybe it's inanimate. I really don't have a very good sense of taste. You know? As long as there's umami, I'm usually happy. going to add so much structure. If I compress hard enough, I can just turn it back into wood. That's pretty good. Whoa. Yeah. That'll do it. Totally. And then we'll cross beam also. But that's going to be with rope. I guess so we'll cross cable. You've seen one of those hydraulic pressing paper videos? They're both more or less what you'd expect. Oh, they're both more and less than what you expect. Well, at least you can say you've had the experience. I don't know, I'm trying to make this better. The print should have about 2 hours left on it. I am going to revise that model though and make it a little prettier. And I also want to... What did I want to do to it? There was something else I wanted to change. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to fix the tolerance. I was talking about that earlier. I don't know if that's working, but we're going to assume that it is. It's so annoying because IKEA normally tries to make all of their stuff so consistent, you know, so that everything can be swapped out with everything else. But I used to have an IKEA desk and I got rid of it a long time ago because it was starting to like fall apart. I beat the hell out of it. It's not the desk's fault. And I left myself with a drawer, and it looks like the IKEA drawers that fit into all of their like cubby systems and everything. But it's slightly more narrow, so I can't use it anywhere. And I'm probably just going to have to throw it away, and I don't like that. I mean, I've had that thing trying to figure out something to do with it for 2 years. I brought it with me on the move. Still don't know what to do with it. Thought maybe in the new place I could find a new purpose for it. Nope. Okay. Next section. Years go by, but the memory stays. Those were the good old days. Let me tell you now. Those were the good old days. Those were the good old days. Everything's fine. How are you? Back to marking our next one. now I think we're going to try to do the rest of them all at once as a batch, because that will save us some time from here on out. We got a procedure figured out. Now we can repeat that procedure for the remaining 7 legs. Or not legs, but, you know, structural beams, whatever the shit these things are. So sad. It's less than 20 days till the Wii U and 3DS eShop close. Really? A tragic day indeed. What is society coming to? But I mean, they gotta shut it down eventually, right? They gotta keep those servers running so that they can, you know, maintain that mediocre internet service we all pay for. Online will still run, just no shop. Well, that's okay. Who's buying new games for that right now anyway? Although the 3DS, that's their last surviving dedicated handheld, right? So does that mean they're calling it quits on handhelds? You were going to get a game? What were you getting? I like how strong this feels. It's very encouraging. This part's not great. But I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't waste all the material that has a fold in it when I'm making this out of cardboard boxes, you know. So I kind of got to just hope that that's going to make it. There are games on those services that Nintendo doesn't sell any other way. That does kind of suck. Well, then, if you're not shutting down the online services altogether, I'm a little more confused about why you would shut the eShop down. That doesn't make much sense. Like, if you were shutting down all the online services for a console you don't support anymore, even if those games aren't available anywhere else, I mean, I understand wanting to shift the resources toward whatever's more successful. But what resources are you really shifting by shutting down the eShop? If you're keeping online play alive, which is the real hungry one. So I'm a little more confused about that. Way through. Carefully. Oh, it's so nice to have this much more room in here. fact that I can just turn around a big piece of cardboard like that, no problem. That's the lap of luxury, baby. It's the high life. Enough of you. Rip Mother 3 in Japan. They hardly knew ye. Pikmin 1, even though you own it on GameCube. It just sucks you can't buy the game off the Wii U and 3DS eShop. You need to add your money to the Switch and it shows up on the other systems? What? Like, so you buy it through the Switch eShop and you can still get it on your 3DS? At that point, they should just make it the Nintendo eShop and run it all off the same server. Or, well, run it all as the same system. Obviously, it would be a multitude of servers, but... And then just have all of the systems be able to log into that application. You add money to the Switch, go to the Wii U, and buy it there. Oh, that's really stupid. No, that doesn't make any sense at all. That's a very Nintendo move. They've been like the groundbreaking, advancing developer of weird-ass fucking business decisions for like the last... I don't know. How long have they been around? Since like the 50s or something? Because they used to be a toy company? I feel like they used to be something that wasn't even a toy company. Right? And then they made the initial weird-ass business decision to shift over into toys and then later video games. I feel like that's how that went. Hanafuda? I don't know what that means. Cardboard! Indeed, Melody. How you doing? Is Hanafuda what they were doing? It's the flowery card game. Oh, okay, so still games. Just finished doing laundry. How was laundry, Melody? I gotta do laundry. I spend all day long in the basement. Torturing rats with a hacksaw and pulling the wings off the flies. It was okay. Always makes your hand feel gross after. Yeah, I don't like that part of laundry either. It does feel like nasty. It's like there's like a film you get on your hands from the soap. And then there's touching all the dirty clothes and the skin oils feels gross. Yeah, I hear you. I don't like doing dishes either because icky. I do them, but I don't like to. So we're going to do this all the way up to the gluing stage, and then we're going to wait. Hanafuda, gambling, and the Yakuza have a fun crossing history that Nintendo has had a hand in. Oh, jeez. They can make money if they started doing that again with Nintendo IPs. I'd really like to see Mario enter the Yakuza. I'm into that. Mario Kart Tour has the gambling on lock. I played that for like 5 seconds. Did they do the bullshit mobile game loot box stuff in that? I guess that would be the only reason they would have made a mobile game. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no other reason they would have been involved in something like that. The true Japanese game dev way. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. New tracks for 8 come out tonight. Which new tracks are those? Are those the ones that I saw advertised like a month or 2 ago? Or are there new ones? Not a good angle for me to do these cross hatches. There we go. Same on the inside of this one. The ones from the director. Okay. Well, that is exciting. Always move as fast and recklessly as possible with a knife, kids. Preferably run around with it. But Austin, you said you learned your lesson when you almost cut the vein in your wrist. As time passes, I get closer and closer to forgetting. One of these days I'm going to do it again. Nintendo uses the same principle, just the other method to go about it. FOMO. Not sure you're ready to put the same moral weight on those? On what? Gotcha versus FOMO? This diamond pattern is reminding me of the Spider-Man villain Shocker. You know, their whole business model is you can only access our products how and when we tell you we can, or tell you can, and it just keeps working out for them. Yeah, it's that's pretty heavy capitalism. That's the move. That's having the consumer by the balls. That's not good and also not surprising. Yeah, I mean they'll pull down. I mean, you still have access to those games on the eShop, I guess, but eventually you won't, and that'll just be fine, and people will keep buying their shit. Like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple will be like, you right. Hey, that's a nice move there. Think we'll share it. Wow. Oh, Valve too, they don't get a pass. Well, none of them get a pass. Well, I mean, anybody who's selling you consumable media, well, anybody who's selling you anything for the most part, but anybody who's selling you consumable media, especially right now, is taking huge advantage. They're all in each other's pockets, hands, mouths, whatever they need to do to get each other to help rip us off. Valve doesn't make games anyway, not lately. I hate that that's stuck in my head. No. Come on, get through there. Just really average hardware. Yeah, I'm not very impressed by the Steam Deck either. I hear people talking about it, I'm like, it seems really medium. Like, okay. And it's also ugly. Like, I get it's kind of generic and open for customization or whatever, but, like, the baseline product is ugly. don't need more of these yet. I have been really impressed with how, well, I guess I shouldn't say really impressed. I have been intermittently impressed and frustrated by the functionality of Steam Link. Like, it works. My brother got me that, the backbone thing for my birthday, and I've been using that. And I mean, like, it works pretty well. The screen and the speakers are a bit anemic. Simultaneously, the price to performance is better than any other handheld. Yeah. I don't know. I just wasn't very impressed. Like, there was nothing about it that made me say, oh, I really need that. And you're basically going to people who play on PC and saying, like, hey, do you want to be a console player now? And, like, for most people who play on PC, the answer to that is no. So there's kind of a strategic error there, I think. That's because they're selling it at a loss, meanwhile Nintendo was making bank day one on hardware. Hey, the Switch is a very, very powerful electric toaster. And I've heard it has a small auxiliary screen on which you can run simple video games. Steam Deck you don't really view as a console? I mean, it's not really a PC. Like, I get that it can technically function as one, but, like... I mean, does it have a keyboard and mouse, or does it have a joystick? How do you interface with it? What is it primarily used for? How is it not a PC? Well, I mean, if the Steam Deck is a PC, then all consoles are. I mean, they are, but a console is a subset of personal computer that is specialized for running video games and used almost primarily, if not exclusively, for that. How is it not a console? Made for games. It ships with a desktop environment that runs a lot of regular PC software, but that's not what it's primarily for. I mean, you can put your tongue faces away. I disagree with you. It's designed to be a console. Steam Deck is a tablet PC. You can switch to regular desktop mode on. The fact that it has a desktop does not make it a PC. It's designed to run video games. That's what it was marketed for. That's what it was built for. It can run a desktop environment, but that's not what it's for. It's totally a console. I'm fully aware that it has a desktop environment. Most people design their PCs to run games primarily. People design their PCs for themselves, as opposed to a company designing a self-contained unit specifically for video games and packaging it for that purpose. They're called gaming PCs for a reason. Right, but this is not a gaming PC. It's a console. It's a self-contained unit designed for gaming from the manufacturer. Like, it's a packaged unit. It's not a PC. Are you opening it up and swapping out hardware? I don't care what they call it. I disagree. It's a console. HP and Dell and Asus and Acer make self-contained unit designed for gaming from the manufacturer. That boots default into a gaming environment? Or you have to switch it to a separate mode to do that? Last time I checked, a gaming laptop doesn't boot directly into a Steam launcher. I mean, you can set it to do that, but that's not what it's designed to do. Gaming PCs are personal computers that specialize with some hardware for gaming. Like, they have some specialized hardware installed for gaming, but they are primarily personal computers. It launches onto the Windows desktop. If you boot RetroArch, it's not packaged with RetroArch. It doesn't come pre-installed with RetroArch as a gaming environment with all of that built. That's what makes it a console. I mean, a console is made out of all of the same hardware a PC is. So what makes it a console? The fact that it comes from the manufacturer, catered to video games, it boots directly into a video game launcher environment, and that's what it's used for. That's what makes it a console. They're all PCs. Your Raspberry Pi is a console. If a Raspberry Pi ships with a gaming environment on it, I mean, Raspberry Pi kind of goes into the hobbyist market, but if you want to follow that, then yeah, if it ships with a console environment on it, and that's what it's being used for, then yes, it's a console. But you can't use a Switch, PS5, or Xbox for PC things without breaking them. True. Okay, that's a fair point. They're not designed to function as a PC. But I still stand by the fact that it's a console with some PC capabilities. Let me put it to you this way. Are you going to use it as a PC? If you buy one of those, are you going to use it as a PC? With a joystick and like a D-pad, that you're going to use that as a PC with a little touchscreen keyboard? Why? I mean, go for it, but why? I mean, if you can get by using a PC without a keyboard, you don't really need one. You lose me on that one. Surface Pros sell keyboards for extra. Surface Pros, the ones that don't come with a keyboard are tablets. I mean, they're all personal computers. That's the thing. Like, to say it's a PC but it's not a console doesn't make sense to me, because they're all personal computers. It's a computer that you have at home. That's what it is. Like, your phone's a personal computer, your tablet's a personal computer, your desktop, your laptop, all of your consoles, any handheld consoles you have, they're all personal computers. That's what they are. At least the Steam Deck has a nice dock. I haven't seen what the dock looks like. Is it a PC or not now? It is. PC is the broad category. Console is a specific category. Like squares and rectangles. It is a PC. It is also a console. I'll concede that it is a PC. If I said that it wasn't, I should take that back. But it is also a console. The reason you considered it not a console is because there's no specific ecosystem for console games on it. It just runs PC games, but it's often positioned as having a console-like experience with the launcher. Well, I mean, that was... not often, that was the whole point. I mean, it was an answer to consoles. It was Valve's answer to consoles. I mean, it was a developer and software manufacturer branching out into the self-contained hardware for video gaming market. That's consoles. I don't know how else you define that. My PC doesn't even come with a mouse or keyboard, so maybe Steam Deck is actually superior. Laptop does. And I wasn't arguing superiority, I'm arguing categorization. I'm just being stubborn. It's also an answer to micro PCs like the GPD Win. I mean, I guess, kind of. But I mean, did you really hear them saying, this is our answer to the GDP Win? Or did you hear, this is Valve's Switch? I mean, again, I'm not saying it's not a PC. I'm just saying it is a console. I can't get my head around, a self-contained personal computer designed for gaming launching into a gaming environment. I don't know how you describe that as anything other than a console. It can be other things also. The GDP Win 4 has a side keyboard layout. Yeah, there you go. So they didn't even live up to that. Everything feels a little shifted over here. Okay, I'm going to try to find a happy medium. I think my edge wasn't quite even. Okay, I think we can still make that work. They describe their product as a console with Windows 11 capabilities. Who, GDP or GPD Win is described that way? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seemed like to me that Steam Deck wasn't even really talking about it having PC functionality until people weren't, super psyched about it. It felt like kind of toward the end of the hype cycle they were like, oh yeah, also, you can just run a full desktop environment. Like, it was just kind of stapled on there. It didn't really seem like it was the point to me. Like, it can do that, sure. But is that what they spent all that time developing, is a personal computer? Like something that's intended to be used as a generalized PC? I don't really think so. Like, that's not why you buy it. At least, speaking for myself, if I'm on the hunt for a computer, even if I want like a small tablet or something like that, my first move just isn't going to be that. And, you know, maybe I'm in the minority there, but I don't think I am. Elaborate? What's elaborate? Or do you elaborate? Are you asking me to elaborate on something? Elaborate. What is my small computing device dream, and why is Steam Deck not it? I mean, it's not as exciting as you're imagining. I mean, like, I would be happier with a larger screen. You know, sacrifice a little bit of portability. I don't need it to be that small. If it's going to be that small, then we're already getting into why is it not just a phone? If it's going to be powerful, why do I not have a full keyboard layout that I can use comfortably to get a lot of work done? Like, it seems like it lives between two spaces, and that was what everybody said about the iPad before it came out, and then everyone used it. So I might be wrong, but to me, it just seems like that spot has already been filled by tablets. Like, if you need something small and super portable, you've got mobile devices. If you need something powerful and functional that's comfortable for a full work environment, you've got laptops. If you need something kind of in the middle, you've got tablets. What's the Steam Deck for except to be basically a tablet that is powerful enough to play video games? Like, if you're going to buy it, you're buying it because of its video game capabilities. I would think. Like, I'm not really a tablet guy, so there's also that. I don't own a tablet, unless you count my pen tablet, which you shouldn't because it's wired to my computer. But it does technically have tablet in the name, so for the sake of accuracy. It's in the middle of the middle. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like there's a spot for it. It seems like we've got all of our missing links there. We don't need another Homo habilis. You know? I do really actually like the Surface and the detachable keyboard. I'm kind of a fan of that. I know you have to buy it separately, and I'm not into that, which is why I don't have one. But I like it conceptually. Well, that and I'm cheap and my laptop still works. Because I don't do any real work on my laptop, so I'd be fine with downsizing to a kind of tablet or a tablet hybrid like the Surface. But my computer already works, so I'm not going to spend the money on that. Like, if I'm going to buy hardware, I'm going to buy, like, what I'm going to buy this weekend, more microphones or hardware for my desktop setup. So, you know, I'm not really the right guy to decide whether or not the Steam Deck fits those needs, because I don't have those needs. Your laptop folds 360 degrees so that the lower half can be behind the screen and function as a powerful tablet when you need that. Oh yeah, I remember those. Those were cool. I was a big fan of those. I would have gotten one if college didn't basically insist to me that in order to work in entertainment I needed a Mac laptop. And, I mean, unfortunately they were kind of right, because everybody I was working with had Mac, so it was easier for everybody to have Mac. But I'm still not happy that I had to do that. PC is better. Well, PC, you know me, I always try to be diplomatic. PC is better for most things. But if you don't do most things, and you only do a few specific things, Mac might be better for you. Because when it comes to comfort and ease of use, Apple obviously wins. They just haven't done anything new in... when did Steve Jobs die? Sometime before the movie. Was that the first movie or the second movie? Because the first time we didn't fully capture how amazing our Lord and Savior Steve Jobs was. Because we were stuck with Ashton Kutcher's voice. He did look a hell of a lot like him, though, I gotta say. Like, obviously, what's-his-face is a way better actor. I'm blanking on the name. Fassbender, Michael Fassbender. Way better actor. But you gotta say, Ashton Kutcher looked a hell of a lot like what Steve Jobs looked like when he was young. It'd be better if the touchscreen didn't break 2 years ago. Now it's just an extra bendy laptop. But it was great for the first 3 years. Well, that's tragic. What, the roller coaster detection that calls the police isn't innovation? I completely missed that. How did they fuck that up? What is it checking? Is it so it thought people were in car accidents, I guess? When did this happen? It has to, accelerometer detection that would be tripped by a roller coaster has to be to detect car accidents, right? New iPhone feature the other year, so for car crashes, and it was going off on roller coasters. I missed that one. I don't really follow Apple News very closely. That's funny. You don't even know what happened. It's not damaged or anything. As far as you can tell, it just stopped working one day. How long have you had it? Like, what year did you get it? Because I know the early models for those folding laptops, they had issues in the hinge where there was some connectivity problems after just regular use. I had heard of screens disconnecting completely. But I guess you got the touch, no-touch variety. I don't know what the hell that sound was. Is that a horn? That sounded like a alarm. A few weeks after launch, people are like, can't live without this. Like you said, it's 5 years old. Look, hey, don't, as said in my previous email me, okay? I don't retain things. We know this. Like you said, it's 5 years old. Got it near the start of college in late 2017. Yeah, so that was kind of around when those were starting to come around. But I thought that maybe got a little earlier, like 2015. You don't blame the people, really. Just fear the oligarchy. Yeah, fair enough. No, it's not the people's fault that their basic instincts and biology are being hijacked. That is not the fault of the hijack E. Bet Austin forgot this is the 12-hour stream. Not this one, but probably next Friday is what I'm going to do. You'd be down to get a framework laptop someday? I don't know much about those. Fill me in. What are the deets? Spill! Okay. Slicey. Because I can do the cross wires in the back. Like I can do that with something flexible, right? Because those work on tension, not compression. It stops it from pulling out either direction, which is tension. Yeah. They're thin, pretty polished laptops that are super repairable and modular. You can even replace the motherboard to get new generations of chips. Sold! I'll take a look at that. My laptop's still holding on, but it's a 2013 MacBook. It's tired. Pim's got me locked in. Modular. Yeah, you can attach the Sega CD. Can't wait to play Knuckles Chaotix. Everybody's favorite game. Hey, the introduction of some very adorable characters, and also clone of Sonic. Who's the little red one? Okay, that's ready. Now here's the next question. How am I going to join these corners? Are we describing Charlemagne TB as cute? Should I not? I mean, first of all, we're starting strong with a name like Charlemagne. Like, when I think adorable, I think Charlemagne. You get to choose what ports are on it with these swappable expansion cards that sit flush with the body. Oh, Corey. Corey. This laptop has me all hot and bothered. You might think that till he opens his mouth. I've never heard him. Or do you mean Charlemagne? Vector the Crocodile, Mighty the Armadillo, SBO the Chameleon, and Charmy B. Charmy B is the basically Sonic one, right? What does it sound like? It's either... Oh, Mighty is the basically Sonic one. I was going to say it's either Charmy or Mighty. Because I remember SBO and Vector. The only non-removable port, a headphone jack. Oh my god. This is like a love letter. This is wonderful. Charmy's the one you were talking about. He's a screechy, excited, annoying child. I think I was talking about Mighty. We can find out because I was just echoing something I heard in a YouTube video. So if you feel like spending 45 minutes on an excellent video from New Frame Plus, he mentions Knuckles Chaotix in that because he goes through the entire console Sonic line. I'm pretty sure it was Mighty that he was talking about. I was just echoing something I heard on the internet. I'm a phony. I don't have any of my own opinions. Oh, shit. No! Well, at least we noticed now. Anybody else backwards? Nope. Just you. Well, that could have been much worse. They've only been around for 2 years, and they only have a 13.5 screen model and no discrete GPU. Not jumping the bit quite yet, but you like their Moxie. I'm worried about what will happen to pricing when they start exploring those upgrades. Because a lot of times what you'll see is prices will go up across the board to help pay for the expensive model. I hope that's not what's going to happen, but it is a fairly smart business strategy. Because if you slightly raise the prices on everything, that helps cover some of the costs so that the expensive model doesn't have to be as expensive as it should, which makes it more attractive, which means people spend more money on the expensive model and you end up making more money on the long run. And then there's obviously the added bonus of people buying the regular one are paying extra. And of course when I say added bonus, I mean additional market manipulation. I think I'm going to have to make, like, specialized corner pieces. And then just fit them into that. That's probably the move. They're a bit expensive for a given spec, but it's A, built to last, and they publish good documentation. And B, I'm still waiting. Yeah, well, I mean, swappable hardware makes it worth the price for me. I once took a look at laptop hardware thinking maybe I would just build one. And they have a DIY version where you bring your own storage, RAM, etc. so you can go baller on budget. Oh, cool. Baller on a budget. B, not sunglasses guy. I don't know. I feel like sunglasses guy applies. Especially since you said baller on a budget. I'm pretty sure the universe was correcting for your mistake. You should have put sunglass guy there. Ah! Everything's fine. How are you? See, if someone wants to steal your laptop, they can easily remove your hard drive and leave it behind for you. No, it'll be like getting your wheels stolen on the car. It'll just be an empty shell sitting there with all the parts gone. Just up on tiny little cement blocks. It does have some screws on the bottom. There you go. There you go. From here on out, it's going to be pretty repetitive until I'm ready to start putting in the... I thought I already made... Yeah, okay, I do. So this should be the last one. Until it's time to start putting the... together. The lift mechanism. That's the word I was looking for. The insides are littered with build guides and organization notes, plus QR codes helping describe all the parts and how they fit. So somebody could conceivably... let me set the scene for you. You went to Chipotle. You're stuck in the bathroom. It's going to be a while. You brought your laptop. You're trying to get some work done. Sitting down, pulling the Starbucks cafe routine in the middle of a Chipotle. You got yourself an extra spicy burrito. Now you're trapped in the bathroom. Somebody has 25 minutes. They can open up your computer, unscrew it, get all of the information they need to dismantle it, and organize the parts for sale, and put it back together, probably within the time it would take you to return. So this is we're talking about a real scenario. This could happen. Keep your eyes out. Don't bring your laptops to Chipotle. Oh, for sure. Maybe there's an evil maid at the hotel you're staying at. It happens more than you think. Open it and take the parts. Get the info later. Replace the parts with burrito. Just don't exceed your spice tolerance once you buy it. There you go. There you go. It should come with a warning label that says, do not exceed your comfortable spice limit as recommended by your physician. Or warranty is void. The community has fun too. They design new expansion cards or design PC cases since the motherboard can operate by itself. Oh, that's cool. So it sounds very well, you already said modular. That was the word I was going to use, but like very open-ended. People have repurposed it for all sorts of stuff. Did they make it into a game console though? Would anybody be interested in taking it? Actually, nah. I was going to say anybody interested in taking a glimpse at the progress on the map, but it's really not enough to be worth looking at now that I think about it. Like, I did make good progress, but it's not like we've got a whole bunch of new coastline. Like, I started to build up one side of the volcano is probably the most interesting thing, so it's not really worth stopping to look at. But we'll see that next Monday for sure. We'll be back to work on that. Shit! I mean to do that. Let's try and fix that one. Go. I'm sure people have installed HoloSO to give it that experience. Yeah, probably. I mean, with that much freedom, why wouldn't you? Somebody will have. It looks like the exterior box for this is the same or similar weight cardboard. Maybe heavier? No, they're the same. So I should be able to replicate this exact process to make the next square. We're not going to do that on stream. Just because it's boring to do this exact same thing twice. But that's why I'm thinking, I'm like looking for an exit strategy, because after I get these glued up, I'd basically be doing the same thing all over again, and I don't want to do that on stream today. But that means I'm going to have to be ready to pivot. And I don't know what I'm pivoting to. Speaking of new fun tech, OKC is getting one wheels in April for people to rent and drive around the city. So it's even worse than the roving gangs of scooters. You think the scooters are back? You should see the Segway herd. Segways? Like Segways. Seriously? Just like in public without shame? I've always tried to pin people down and ask them why they think they would invest in a Segway, but they're just so good at changing the subject of conversation. You hear Segway brand does make a mean scooter nowadays. Yeah, I mean, they do make really good stuff. Like, Segways are absolutely cool. But the flagship Segway, like, rolling lectern or whatever the hell it is, it's a weird product. You had tours with those before the scooters came in. Oh my god. That's amazing. We need to make some kind of connective piece that is like basically just a little like L cap, like I was connecting PVC pipe. Like, so I want it to pop onto the outside, and then we can just chunk those pieces in. You never did that, but you did ride the ones at the Science Museum. I've never actually ridden a Segway before. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe if I rode one, my whole world would change. The second you step on it, you just instantly feel better than everyone else, and you don't care that you look like an asshole? Is that how it works? They had a Segway obstacle course there. Did anybody do a kickflip? The handlers stay really close to you to make sure you don't do anything stupid. That's wise. I also want that job. Just think about it. Every day, you get to go to people who are riding around on a Segway, trying to have a good time, and tell them that they have to stop having fun and only remain on the boring, pre-laid out track. And you get to watch them, in synchronization with their Segway, just droop. I think that would be nice to look at. It'd be like a Pixar movie. You think about it, it was basically the same experience as playing Monkey Ball Wii Fit. I'm getting them. Oh, we're making it. Do they do side-to-side lean also? Or is it only forward and back and then you like have to turn something? Like, how do you turn? Oh no? What happened? Monkey Ball Wii Fit happened. Yeah, that's cause for concern. Fair enough. That's a reason to be immediately upset. I never had a Wii Fit. My parents knew it wasn't worth trying. Depends on the model. The normal one you steer by tilting the handles. The new smaller model, it's whichever direction you lean. I see. Oh yeah. It's just it just goes to the knees, yeah, and there's no handle. So that's also a Segway. I thought it was somebody else's thing. Did I know that Wii U Fit comes with a recolored Poké Walker? No, I did not. So that they could extend the game beyond the world of the console. You washed your Poké Walker? Pimp, no! Had to buy Let's Go to get one of those, and it was like $50 extra. Are you talking about the Pokeball controller? Should really charge that. Melody, it sounds to me like you're talking about the controller. It's the new one that doubles as a controller. Yeah, okay. I have one of those. But the regular Poké Walker is going to be a lot less expensive than that. It is a really annoying controller to use, though. It is not, like... It's not a controller. Pokemon Go Plus, yeah. Made Pokemon Go fun again for a bit. Yeah, now it feels like Pokemon Go is more of like an addiction. Or like it's a way to, like it's a means to an end. You know? Oh, I could find this Pokemon in Pokemon Go maybe, and then I could transfer it. But beyond that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's more popular than I thought, but it's not really getting much play anymore, is it? Those don't have the screens in battles and scour missions? There are screens on the Poké Walkers? Is it like a Tamagotchi? Neat. Pokegotchi. Might not have a screen, but it does make very happy Eevee noises in the middle of class. Without the poop, but yes. That's probably good. I don't want to find myself dealing with the amount of poop that's going to come from like a Dragonite. Plus, it's probably magical poop that's like dangerous. Charizard's is on fire. so many of the same thing. Like, it's not that this is hard, it's just that, like, you have to do the same task over and over again. And my brain's like, stop it! I really wish they would have given it compatibility with other Switch Pokemon games. Yeah, you would think. Unfortunately, though, from a gameplay perspective, it doesn't have any purpose. Because there's no ball throwing mechanic in the new games. Except there is. What the hell am I talking about? There's a ball throwing, like, they have that in Arceus, yeah. That absolutely is in Arceus. At the very least, it should be compatible with that game. There's no excuse for that. I mean, how much time does that really take in development? Wouldn't it be crazy if they're like, if it turned out that the deal that Nintendo has with, I was about to say Tencent, with Game Freak is like up in arms for Game Freak years. And like at some point Game Freak just leaves and Pokemon becomes Sony property or something. That would be bizarre. I don't think that can happen though, right? Because it's like a joint operation between Game Freak and the Pokemon company, who I think Nintendo owns. I don't think that's actually possible. Game Freak does make PC games, but not Pokemon games. It's a throuple. No. They have the cash to become the new Sega, probably. Make their own hardware and all that. You think the Pokemon company does? But do they have the ambition? And I think we know the answer to that. Game Freak goes hard as a console name. It does, doesn't it? It's got some thunder behind it. But you know it wouldn't be called the Game Freak. It would be like something terrible, like... It would be the Evolution. That's what it would be. It would be the Game Freak Evolution. Oh, you're still playing the Game Boy for your Pokemon? Well, I play Pokemon on the Game Freak. Rolls off the tongue. Yeah, because even if they could do that and they were trapped keeping Pokemon with Nintendo, they'd still take the pot shot of calling the console the Evolution. I'm starting to get hungry. Should eat something. Good paw shot at the Wii's codename. Thank you. It's the next evolution in the gaming. In gaming, the evolution. Yeah, right? Come on. That's what they would call it. It's totally what they would call it. But just think of all the limited edition Pokemon themes you could buy your little tablet consoles with. There'd be so many. And I mean, like, I'm interested. Oh, you know what I didn't know? That little Game Boy Advance Pocket or whatever the hell, I thought that was like a emulation machine that was just really popular. I did not realize Nintendo was selling that thing. That thing's a pretty little piece of hardware. Designed for playing their old games? I can't believe they made that. You think they'd bring back the dual screen? Yes, but the second screen is on the back. Maybe just make a unique casing for every Pokemon and randomly sell them with no indication on the box. Oh, like the Vita! Yeah, that's probably not a good strategy. It's so cute. Can't play Game Boy or Game Boy Color, though? Oh, it can only take advanced games. That's lame. Maybe that's what I saw. I thought I saw somebody working on one of those, and I think maybe it was somebody modding it to be able to accept regular Game Boy cartridges. Good thing GBA was the Master System. I mean, in part because you could backplay. Like, part of the reason the Advance was so great was because it was backwards compatible. Those old cartridges are practically the size of the Micro. Yeah, I mean, you know, they were approximately the surface area of an aircraft carrier, but you want to be able to, right? Okay, we're gluing again. No. Got a sticky ball. Come on. Oh, God. Okay, we recovered it. We're okay. And I got rid of the sticky ball. Okay, this one's a little less clean of a start, I'm going to be honest, but we're doing okay. Just keep plugging along. Can always clean it up after the fact. I want to have like little rewards that I can send out for Creative Corner, which, by the way, we didn't have any submissions this week, right? I should just keep going. I don't think I saw any in there. Did any pop in last minute today? Like, since I started? There's one from you? Oh, okay, cool. We'll show yours. But I wanted to have, like, a little reward incentive for Creative Corner. And I'm trying to figure out what I should do. Maybe a little 3D printed something. Spoiler, it's amazing. I can't wait. How much time do we have left before that? What time is it right now? 3 o'clock? We got an hour. I'm sure it is amazing. Can't wait. I need paper towels. Where are those? Oh, they're right there. We good. We good. And basement, torturing rats with a hacksaw, pulling the wings off of flies. If you don't know that one, it's a Weird Al song. That's why I keep singing that. And it's not because I'm fantasizing about being a psychopath. But it sticks in my head a lot because it's one of my anchor songs for a scene in Megalomania. Nice, nice. Also, you'll never forgive Game Freak for abandoning Drill Dozer after one game? Oh. Talking Head's Psycho Killer gives you the same reputation. That one's also on the list. That's on the Megalomania playlist also. It's a great song. Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Better. Run, 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 run away. Aw. You ruined my moment. I was singing. You gotta go and make me look like a boob? It's the best platformer on the GBA. I never played Drill Dozer. Qu'est-ce que c'est is such a funny phrase. I don't know what it means. Emily explained it to me, but I forgot. Remind me. Emily speaks, well, she took French in school. She's not fluent, but she knows some French. Me, I've got Spanish. And right now, I'm the one who's laughing, but there's a chance that we'll move to Canada one day, and then I will not be the one who's laughing. It's so creative and had a rumble pack to make the GBA shake. Oh, weird that you mentioned that. I was watching Scott the Woz today, and he'd mentioned another game that did that, and I didn't know they had those. And then, of course, it comes up today. I'm just gonna stuff this inside the tube. Why not? Years go by, but the memory stays. Oh, literally, what is it that it is? Yeah, that's a bad phrase. It's a phrase that just doesn't feel necessary. That's right. I remember her telling me that now. Kesse is whoops. Oh, you spelled something wrong. Don't worry, I wouldn't have gotten even close to spelling it right. Oh, that print's almost done. I need to redesign that for a number of reasons. The little stuff like the aesthetics and the tolerance issue that I mentioned earlier, but also the fact that hey, hold together now. Stop it. Also the fact that the support material is a bitch to get out of there the way that it is right now. Like, it's really not working for me. I have a feeling it's mostly the zip ties holding things together. Like, they are holding things together, but I don't know. There's a fair bit of separation happening. Aoyorwi? How would you pronounce that? Can you write it phonetically? It's at the day of today, which means today. 421! They're just very verbose people. Oyordwi. Ojordwi. You phonetic, so I assume I'm saying J. Ojordwi. Ojordwi. Like usual. I understand that you meant that for, like, as it's said in usual. But what I read that as initially was, like some people would say, is the usual French J sound. That was how I read that. Classic J. It really does feel a lot stronger with the meat and potatoes. So aujourd'hui is what you're saying. Do I say Genry with the usual or like genre? I don't understand what you mean. I say genre. Get in there. There you go. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the piranha plant lamp now that we're here. Because that was supposed to be used for Burbank. Like, I had a place for that in Burbank. And I'm not really sure where I want to put it here. I was putting a little too much strain on the top section. Accents! We've all got them. Who needs them? Yeah, my favorite thing is people arguing what the right way to say something is when both of them are just speaking in their regional accent. I saw a podcast clip of that today, which, I mean, I know normally podcasts are where you find intellectual discussion. Especially when it's just two random dudes. That's where the real information lies. I say that, and I've been trying to talk Emily into doing a movie podcast with me. You continuing to say Nevada wrong? Are you a Nevada person? I'm sorry, I've heard that that's a really troubling condition. That's terrible news, Corey. Do you also say Hawaii? Because my grandpa says that. Even though we begged him to stop. Just say Las Vegas land. You won't be wrong. The best part about this is all of my trash can just go inside of the device. I might have to do some emergency zip ties around here. You hate hearing Appalachian, though? What would you prefer? Appalachian? Appalachian. Appalachian. Which pronunciation are we going for? Was I close? Alternatively, that place with the poncho. Not just any poncho. Yeah, Emma Chamberlain. Okay, there we go. That's at least not as dangerous now. I'm going to need to, after I get the 4 of these put together, I'm going to do a nice long bead of silicone down the exposed edge, because you can see it's kind of like spider webbing on me. I don't know if this is going to be super visible. We'll try. You see, after stuffing the stuff in there, it's starting to like spread out. So I did a little bit too much there. Please tell me if I just ruined my focus. I'm going to walk back into frame now. Am I still in focus? What's that tiny town with the almost extinct southeastern accent? I have no idea. That doesn't seem like a question I should just take a stab at. My instincts are telling me that's not a good idea. Eight ball, that's not very helpful. Okay, is the ice machine running now? Yay! So we've got, which town is it? To which Bobman replies, is water wet? And you say, I guess not, right? It would seem not. Happy to agree. Doubtful. You're just being difficult, Bobman. Apparently it's called Ocracoke. That name goes so hard in the American South. It really does, doesn't it? I'm almost out of filament here. I gotta order some new goo. And I'm also trying to figure out if I'm going to be able to make my own filament recycler. As of yet, I've not thrown away any filament, except for a couple of small scrap pieces that probably got caught in my sweep up. Okra you get, but Coke is up in the air. Don't they just call Coke soda in the South? Or they call soda Coke, I mean. Don't they call all soda Coke over there? Thank you, Melody. We're on the same page here. Gotta be patient. It'll do what it does. I saw somebody point out, this is just a random thought that popped into my head. I saw somebody point out that in the second Frozen movie, Anna ends up being queen, apparently, at the end. Which means that the bad guy, Hans or whatever, from the first movie, actually could have been king if he had just, like, stuck it out. You thought that was like a Michigan thing? Or are they pop like Ohio? You know, I do think that the calling all soda Coke thing is very localized. I don't think it's like the whole South. Now that you mention it, it feels like that's a more specific thing. Pimp, you're the pop people? Okay. Pimp is pop. Oh, that's too much gooey. Though you will say soda online, just so you don't get harassed, because people will judge you. That didn't sound like a friendly way to say that at all. I was just trying to make conversation, and what came out was so passive-aggressive. Oh, you keep what you would naturally say hidden because people will judge you for who you are? That makes sense. That's what I just said to you. I'm sorry, Pip. You didn't deserve that. You're sure it's somebody you did. You know, to be fair, you're frequently very mean to me, so maybe it's just a what goes around comes around situation. You're very rude to me. I've never fully recovered from it, from any negative thing you've ever said to me. Mess me up for life, Pip. You have to live with that on your conscience now. Are we supposed to get more Black Mirror, or is that all over now? I want more of that show. Ow! I'm fine. Don't worry about it. The foot on my new chair is metal, and I've kicked it a few times already. The name is a bit funny given... Wait. Apparently the dialect is called Hoy-Toyder and sounds like some mash of British, Irish, Scottish. That name sounds like some Hoy-Toyder. Yeah, the fact that they live on an island does make that even better. You definitely don't want to get caught there in the middle of hoit-hoiter.
Paper.
Let's be consistent here. I have more. How you doing out there, Boogie? Ooh, the print's finishing up. Look at it go. The only reason it survived this long is that there are no roads going there. So everyone who wants to come or go has to do so via boat. I see. Well, that'll keep you pretty isolated. Alright, print is done. Their economy is held up by Tom Scott royalties. I got an email. Well, the younger generation there has internet now, so it's likely disappearing in this generation. That's a shame. We should keep those people cut off from society. That's the right thing to do. I've always been really confused about that. Because, like, on one hand, you know, you want people to have access to everything you have access to. But on the other hand, that phrasing is used a lot for motivations that aren't that. So, maybe leave them alone. Like, Firelord Sozin was not the first person to use that rationale. We must bring them everything we have. Don't buckle. Keep going. What does that mean? What's happening? No! No! We popped a zip tie. Emergency support zip tie. Go, 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 go! I maybe should have not crammed those down as hard as I did. Where are my big zip ties? No! Alright, well, I guess we'll use small zip ties for our emergency support zip tie. Do what we must! You know, the whole thing about avatars dying and the avatar state ruining for everyone has to be a millennia-long prank by former avatars. Well, you would think that, but I'm assuming you haven't seen Korra. Seems like it might be possible. Just the first couple episodes, yeah, they get into the spirit stuff a lot, and it very much seems like that could happen. Were you not a fan, or? Wouldn't a super in touch avatar just be able to ask? You would think so. Yeah. We'll just strap that around the outside. Around the outside. Or would they be convinced that it's funny and keep it going? Just imagining that somebody like meditating into the spirit world. And the past avatar's like, oh yeah, don't die in the avatar state. That would be, that'd be really bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, alright, talk later. Guys, I think he's totally buying this. It's a long-running prank. Seems like one of those things where once you die and join the Avatar net, they all come up and laugh and let you in on it. Honestly, I'm more interested in the Avatar net. That's 3. Where's my 4th? Oh, it's over here. Imagine having 100 little siblings you see like thrice a lifetime until they die. Yeah, it is definitely a weird arrangement, no doubt. No amount of social training can prep you for something like that. Gotta be careful with the zipping up because I cut through the paper a little bit too much. Like, what if you kind of flub an important speech? What if you sneeze? I mean, how do you even recover that? And then, like, you're sitting there, everything's awkward. And then they have to be like, okay, weirdo, well, you're responsible for the safety of the world now, so please try not to be an idiot that's sneezing in the middle of important conversations. I mean, it would be mortifying. Or how much it sucks to be the very first one and die just to be stuck in the head of someone else as a life mentor. That's the part that doesn't sound good to me. Yeah, that is probably why they made the prank up. Just add stress to them just to make it a little more interesting for you. I wish I had some duct tape. I should have gotten that. But I don't really want this thing to be made out of duct tape. Like, relying purely on sticky definitely backfired the first time. Maybe the first Avatar died in the Avatar state and was embarrassed about it. Just from there on out, he was just like, look, we can't do this again. It's not a bad look. If it happens the second time in a row, they're gonna think it's us. We can't. We can't go down that road again. Don't die. Don't die in the Avatar state, especially. Because then everybody's gonna know who you are for sure. Hopefully, if you're not glowing, maybe you just die, people run over you, it's the middle of a war, hopefully nobody notices, we can get away with it scot-free. Do me a favor, though, don't die in the Avatar state, it's extremely identifying. It's just not good for the brand, I mean, imagine the TMZ articles if that happened in the modern world. It would be bad. It would be really bad. Get a load of this year's Avatar. Oh my god, making a scene at the battle against the Fire Nation. Dead on the ground, eyes still glowing in the Avatar state. What a loser. People have been responding on Twitter. It is a shit show. I don't have anything to sip on. Need to stop saying, I mean, I imagine. That's just what people do. You get stuck on a phrase for a little while, it'll swap out. Just give it some time. Avatars in their flop era. This was a bad idea the first time. Let's do it again. Good thing there aren't any downstairs neighbors. Well, I'm sure there's something I'm using a lot lately, but I know there was a period there, what was it that I kept saying? I kept using violently as a descriptor for everything, just to mean a lot. It passed. Still remember when I got called out for non-zero chance. You remember it. I'm pretty sure you're the one that called me out. Yeah, non-zero chance stuck for a while. Emily was sick of that one. You say wild a lot, but you're not changing that. You like it. Hey, if you like it, you keep it. Who cares what everybody's saying behind your back? I respect that. Oh, was it Emily that called me out for it? Yeah, I know she was annoyed with that one too. Maybe you called me out for the last one I said, violently. Or maybe I mentioned it and you dogpiled or something like that. Okay, that's it for these for now. We're going to go ahead and run a seam on these. It is close-ish to time for Creative Corner. I'm going to wait until the right time just in case somebody actually was trying to squeak in. But we'll hop on. We'll do Creative Corner. And then I think I will actually hop into Blender and just show y'all the progress and maybe poke at that a little bit for the rest of the day. I'm actually consistently working on Everbound. I kind of want to keep that momentum going, you know? Patreon stream this week is probably going to be some more Botman. I don't think I've ever run a bead of caulking down a cardboard seal before. This is the first. It's just a very useful word, can mean whatever you want it to in context. That's true. It's very widely applicable. Which thing is exciting? Everbound or Botman? I guess both. Both are exciting. Should I just do the finger method? I'm going to apologize in advance for this phrase, but if I had to live with it in my head, you have to have it too. I'm just going along here, and I was about to say, I gotta say, there's no better cock spreader than a finger. I'm gonna stand by it. I couldn't just let that one live in my head. Right now, Botman is gold for you. Yeah, Botman doesn't actually have... I never went into the settings and picked a color for Botman, so that means it doesn't actually have an assigned color, so everybody sees it differently. Right now, for me, Botman is orange. You have to actually pick a color in order for that to work. It doesn't just assign you one. Thank you, Corey. It's part of the reason I said it. I felt like it needed to go in there. There we go. That ought to be a nice clean stick. So running this fat bead after we finish it is how we get it nice and solid here, I think. I think this method is going to work. As an innuendo, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't, no. But it doesn't have to. It's close enough that it's questionable. feel like if I have a nice solid bead on here, it'll be harder for it to start separating, you know, which makes a big difference. If the problem can't even really start, then you're in a much better position. The raunchy stuff isn't your go-to, but for posterity it must be saved. Exactly. It's not my best. It's not clever by any stretch of the imagination. But it'll work out nicely when it comes up in quotes and stuff like that. Horoscopes. Especially for the people who weren't here for this. Because they're just going to have questions. Okay, that's two. No, please don't fall. Please, please, for the love of God, don't fall. Thank you. Not prepared to handle that. I'm better at carpentry than you guys think I am. I'm just a goofball. I forgot about that one. I am okay. I'm more of a handyman than I am a carpenter. But we're probably going to be going out into the living room sometime soon, like some upcoming stream, because the powered footrest in our couch is broken, and we have not had it very long, nor are we made of money. So I'm going to try and fix that. Just put carpet on it then. Now I'm a carpenter. You want to pay attention when you're trying to hire a contractor. Make sure they're not trying to get you with their wordplay tricks. You hire them and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm a good carpenter." They just kind of trail off. Because they're trying to hide that they didn't say carpenter. Did Jesus like carpentry? Or was it just like kind of forced upon him? Do you think he was mad at his dad later for putting him in that situation? Maybe he wanted a different job. Or I guess not his dad, more his dad's self. Have I seen those flocking crafts? You love the idea of turning anything into velvet. Flocking is really interesting. I'm interested in trying it, but with my asthma, I'm a little hesitant. Just having all of those particulates up in the air seems like... I mean, obviously I'd mask up and everything, but it seems like it could be problematic for me. But that doesn't mean I won't do it anyway. I'm not supposed to be around paint fumes either. And, you know, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to smoke weed, so... There are one or two creative hobbies I participate in that I'm not really supposed to do. The particulates are not good for birds. No. But the nice thing is, like, I can do paint fumes and all that stuff in here now. I have a window. This door closes, and Scotty is in another room with a high-powered air purifier between me and him. So, Emily has given me the green light to fume it up. And I don't mean farts. I mean paint. And other various creative fumes. So I'm saying resin printer 2024. I'm not looking to die. I'm not gonna put like a running gasoline engine in here. For a resin printer, I would need a garage. Because that would be just constantly producing fumes. That's even like just for me, not about the bird. The bird would be fine because I do have good ventilation set up in here. Although I am going to, I'm getting a new... No, don't be done. Don't be done. This is the last one. No! No, we were so close! It's in there. I know it's in there. Yeah. How about kerosene? Is that a more acceptable fuel? Yes. For reasons I will not elaborate on. Yes. Yo quiero. Okay, well, we'll try and just smear it down the line. See what we can do. And it is extremely wasteful to use silicone caulking for this, but I don't have any other use for it. It's been sitting in my desk for, like, a long time. It was for a project in the old apartment that was that needed a lot less caulking than I thought it did. And then I just had that extra, so. Okay. Ribbit, rabbit, robbit, ride it. Why does this one keep trying to fall? The rest of them are fine. I guess one of them isn't balanced properly or something. Alright, I'm gonna clean this crap off my hands. You figured it was liquid nails? No, it's silicone caulking. I shouldn't be using it for this. But I have it, and I don't have liquid nails. And I really don't have any other, like, large amounts of adhesive. I'm hoping it's just gonna help. You know? No, I absolutely should be using something that's intended to be glue. but I'm not. Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom really quick. And then shortly after I get back, we're going to get set up for... going on the computer for the rest of the stream. In fact, actually, I'm just going to stay signed off and take care of that setup, or on pause and take care of that setup change really quick, because I got to like move the camera around and microphone and shit, and that's not going to be very pleasant. So I spent all that time to waterproof the corners. I mean, running the caulking wasn't really the part that took all that time. But yes, essentially. And I looked it up. It also has some adhesive properties under compression, which is why I tried to push the seam together as much as I could. Hopefully it helps. At the very least, though, it certainly won't leak. I'll see you later. I'm not signing off, but I'll be back in just a second. It still has a little bit of...
So I didn't finish my food. Moody, thank you. Oh, Chachiri, I'll call you out at some point. Just give me a minute. Self-proclaimed troll master. Oh my god, that's horrifying. See what happens when the boxes get to the bottom fully. That's gonna work just fine. Well, that's gonna work just fine until these get here. Was what I was about to say. Having a massive dip in speed. I think it's going to catch back up. I'm going to run and grab something while it's getting itself back together, and hopefully the stream doesn't completely break. Yeah, the music in there was pretty exciting. I love that this is infinite. That's an insane... That's an insane power. So, on that note, thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm so excited to be back. All right, we'll let it play out. She has no rhythm. We made a functioning crossbow. I got fired again. I mean, the bolt doesn't quite sit on the rubber band as nicely as you might like, but I can make the notch bigger to fix that problem. It still has a little bit of a friction over it. So I didn't finish my food. Moody, thank you. Oh, Chichiri, I'll call you out at some point. Just give me a minute. Self-proclaimed troll master. Oh my god, that's horrifying.
What's going on here? There's a good conversation I'm missing out on. It says Channel Folly Upside Down, not a glamorous index card set. And then we start going into... Rabbits are good at mimicking. They'll even hop around. It tickled me. If you raise a puppy or kitten around rabbits, they'll hop. I have seen that. Who is XKCD? Who is the XKCD guy? And also, yes, I'll be skipping to get everywhere from here on out. Famous webcomic series. Oh, okay. It did sound familiar. I don't think I read those comics, but I think I have heard of it. I'm still loud enough, right? Okay, good. I turned the gain back down since I'm close to the microphone again, so I just wanted to make sure we're balanced. Okay. Everbound map test 2. Oh yeah, and I got rid of the Crown Ridge. I'm not using that Crown Ridge specific save because it's not relevant right now. But yeah, so you can see... easier if I turn the map off. We've softened up now 1, 2, 3, 4, and half of these two. I haven't really done the half that's in the ridge. xkcd.com/108 is a read. Alright, hold on. Opening. I feel like somewhere out there is the girl for me. Yeah, someone loving and caring. I know what you mean. A girl whose only mode of transportation is the MC Hammer slide. That's outstanding. Well, I understand the context of what you're talking about now. That's how Emily and I met, actually, is we were both doing Gangnam Style. And it was a notable occurrence because it was, 2018. No, God, it was earlier than that. When the fuck did we get together? We got together in 2015. No, that seems wrong too. No, that's right. Maybe even earlier? No, 2015. Yeah, because this was our 8th anniversary. So yeah, it was February of 2015. Forgot I could just do math rather than trying to remember when it happened. Both happened to plan a solo flash mob at the same time and place. It was magical. The extra nice thing is all of these are stitched, and I fixed the mistake I had over here that had one of these as a triangle. You can see it gets really close there. I just added another line. This is now even. It's still 40 by 40 without any imperfections. So that's much better now. And it means that it can match up. Because I started to put the other one in there and I was like, oh, that's a problem for matching it up with the next square. Yeah, that's the issue. But we got it fixed. You can see we have the beginnings of a volcano. This is going to get chopped off, but I can't do that until I'm editing this square also, and we're not there yet, so it just kind of goes to here. But it's going to be... The taller side of it is going to be over on this side. This is all basically going to be gone. Solo flash mob requires a lot of confidence. That is, I mean... Honestly, like, if you're able to pull that off, I want to be your best friend. Teach me how to live. That is... I should mocap Mount Hood. There you go. Have a very accurate exploded mountaintop. Didn't I have water? Oh, my headphones are all the way over there, too. I'm just going to not be able to hear the music. That's how it's going down. Somebody tell me if there's a notification that I miss. Adding the Spider-Man 3 dance to the list. You gotta have it. It's crucial. Setup and maintenance will be a big cost, but the data when it happens, it would be miraculous. I would be... I would be enthralled in the result. But that's a task for somebody with more knowledge and time on their hands. Actually, I have the time. Just missing the brain. That's all. Smooth. Smooth. Did I ruin the mapliness of that? A little bit I did. So I'm more of a pinky. Yeah, there you go. I think so, Brian. There we go. I really wish... I'm sure there's a way to fix it, but you know me. I don't bother to figure it out. I just kind of put it out there into the ether, and eventually Corsentin gives me an answer. But I'm hoping I can make it so that I can tab between sculpt and object mode rather than sculpt and edit mode. Like, it goes back and forth between edit and object mode, but if I click on sculpt mode, then I'm stuck in this world. Here, look at sculpt. Now we're stuck between sculpt and edit. And I don't know how to fix this. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Pinky and the brain, Pinky and the brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. Oh, and I went ahead and added the additional square, by the way. Oh, which I should adjust on this also. The Pinky and the brain, 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 brain. So this should be 35. And then the Z, or its location is definitely wrong anyway. Oh no, that's the Z location. Sorry. Never mind. Okay, so then Y, we need to go minus 1,000? No. Minus 500? Bingo. Okay. Now we're good. Try holding Control Tab. Well, that pulls up this, which I suppose works, but I don't know if that's what you were intending. It is nicer than going all the way up there, that's for sure. Oh, it's time for Creative Corner. We gotta look at Melody's artwork. Well, let's go face cam real quick. Oh, I didn't focus. Focus. There we go. And then I need Discord. It is. Maybe there's some shortcut editor shenanigans if I want to be even more seamless, but you don't know how to do that. Alright, copy that. Well, that works for me. make sure I respond to Geeko really quick. Oh, and Pimp, I just saw the, whatever he is. Hold on. Let's just, there. This. From, Chaotix. So which one is he? Is that the bee? I feel like that shouldn't be the bee. But I don't remember what the other animal was. Okay. It's creative corner time. We're focusing on this. Okay. Mighty Armadillo. Oh, it's an armadillo. Okay. That makes sense. Near Horizon. Oh yeah, and the theme this corner, this corner, that works, is Expanse. So Near Horizon from Melody. Oh wow! What? Look at that! When did you find time to do an actual painting? This is like a real painting. Look at that. Oh, the colors. It's so vibrant. Did you just have paint pots? Did you mix paint? What kind of paint? What am I looking at here? I am blown away. This is so cool. Ah, Melody. That is awesome. We gotta add that one into the scroll at the beginning of the stream right away. Look at that. With the falling leaves. It feels very alive. I love this. This is so great. Thank you. Beautiful. We are shaping up. And I will post the next announcement image this evening. I am going to try to keep doing that. I think it'll look nice. Break it up. And it's a good little restriction to try and force me to keep the prompts to one word. Can't take all the credit for this. Your parents want to do one of those painting things where you're led through a painting Bob Ross style. You modified it, but it's certainly not totally original. Well, I mean, it's gorgeous nonetheless. You still painted it. And you did so extremely well. So I don't think you need to shunt any of that. I think we're more than happy to give you the credit. That's really cool. Well done. Those painting things look fun. I've wanted to do one of those. So was it what was it, acrylic? Or that looks like acrylic. Am I right about that? It looks really good. Well, and you've got some nice, like, smooth transitions happening, which is not easy with how quickly acrylics dry. Like, the transition in the grass, especially right here, is very even. It looks good. Looks really good. Nice job, Melody. Okay, so we are popping back into Blender. That's what I was doing. Had yellow, blue, red, orange, and brown. Had to make your own greens. Oh, so you did mix. Right on. Now, those are great colors. Very, very, like, healthy. Vibrant. And titanium white. As always. You can't go without. How are we feeling about the island shape here? Like, are we looking... Oh, not water. We need the map to go away. There we go. It's looking alright, right? Does it seem like it's going to be livable? I need to remember how big everything is. Like, this is a lot of space. I need to remember that. That's a lot of space. According to the map, I'm going to have to move some of the cities on the map. Like, there's a city here, and I think I'm going to move it over here because there's this nice little flat spot here that just kind of happened. Like, I'd rather have this terrain look good than necessarily exactly match the map that we already laid out. I mean, I'm trying to match the shape, but I feel like I can move some of those cities and it's not going to be very impactful. You know? But, like, there's supposed to be... you know, a city right here at the butt of this, and there actually is no city here. And, honestly, I should reverse that. Because this would be, like, on a slope. Right? I guess we could put it up here. I do have that little spot there, so maybe that's the city that's up in this area. This is just begging for something, though. And then I think there's supposed to be one here, and that point seems to be ready for it. So maybe I will be able to stay fairly close to it. Yeah, there's one supposed to be right up at that point there. And then I think whatever town this is, not last point, but this one, maybe just goes away. Right? It doesn't seem like it needs to be there. Maybe some small farming town or something. It's not even on the trade route, actually, according to this map. Technically. So, maybe it's not a very significant town. Not everything can be enormous, right? Okay, so moving along with the procedure that I've been using, I think I want to continue with these sections here. So what I'm going to do is select this whole group. Oops. Alright, let's do that in the order I want to. There we go. Okay, and then we're just going to... Ooh. I do want to join them, but not yet. We want to subdivide 9 times. Lola in the distance. You know what? I think I'm just going to stick with those 2 for now. Because then I can do everything up in this corner. Scotty's around, but he's things are very peaceful for him now. I think he's very happy about his new situation. Because Scotty very much likes to be left alone. He had a very stressful life when Phoebe was alive. And now that things are quiet, he likes them to be as quiet as possible. Scotty is enjoying the peace and quiet, I will say. He did seem to miss Phoebe at first, but after he got used to it, he now seems much less stressed. You know, it's sad that Phoebe was so sick, but I mean, the fact that she was sick made her a very difficult pet. Like full disclosure, Phoebe had like some issues. She was really rough to deal with. We took her into the vet and she had like a hormonal imbalance that they could not stabilize. Like they gave us medicine, they gave us like habits and diet changes, and through all of that she still had the hormonal imbalance, and it meant that she was in like mating mode all the time. And so she was laying eggs all the time, and she wore herself out and hurt herself laying an egg that was too big, and that was how she went. But I mean, it was rough. But yeah, Scotty is enjoying his peace and quiet. He's in our bedroom all tucked up in a corner. Before he had 3 sides of his cage open. Now he's only got 2 that aren't against a wall. So he tucks all the way back in that corner as best he can. And he is just completely silent in there. He's starting to get, like, he's trying to speak. Like, he kind of stopped mimicking Phoebe, and then it sounds like he's now starting to try to mimic us. And we always say, "What's a bean doing?" when we walk by him. And now, every once in a while, there'll be like a little beep-a-deep-boop coming from him when we pass him as a greeting. So that's kind of neat. But he'll just sit there and he'll beep-a-deep-boop when we walk by, and he just kind of chills out. He's a very cute little bird. Okay, yeah, so we want to... I think we want to join all 4 of these, at least for now. And I just need to remember I need to stay away from these outside edges. That's what I've been doing, is I've just been, like, joining them, stitching the edge, working on it, then cutting it again, separating them, and leaving them as chunks. And that's been working okay so far. Because all of these are separated again. And all of those seams are perfect. Like, every single point on that edge is in contact with the corresponding point on the adjacent piece. All what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seams here are done. I like how this kind of turned out to be a cave. I didn't do that on purpose. And then it just happened, and I kept it, because it's kind of neat. And then this is supposed to be kind of a swampland. So I assume, like, during high tide, water slops over into there. Or I imagine. Big brain bean. He is! Yeah, he's a little smarter than we thought, I think. Which is always nice to discover. I mean, he's not a rocket scientist. But he's not, like, he's average for a budgie. We thought he might be below average for a budgie. Okay, we want to merge by distance. 46? Why would that be 46 vertices that you removed? Well, at any rate, it looks correct. I'm not gonna question it. Whatever. It should be, because if there are 40 blocks and then there's a point on either side, then it should be 42 points. Why was it 46? That means it collapsed something. Is there a triangle on the side? No, and it's 0.1 meters, so they'd have to be touching. Especially at this scale. Alright, I don't understand how that happened. I'm not gonna ask questions. Whatever. Maybe I'm wrong about how many squares it is to a side. Did I do something wrong? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 50 blocks to a side. It's 40 of the large blocks to a side of the whole map. It's 50 blocks to a side of one of these subchunks. 50 of the smaller units. Back in the 90s, I was in a very famous TV show. What are you doing, Booger? What's Pup doing? Oops. We just need to creep that up until those two all the way on the left pop together. Okay. That should be connected. Well, and the nice thing is, I end up finding out. If it's not actually connected, I do end up finding out. Because, when you try to sculpt over that line, if everything isn't stitched up right, it'll like pucker in weird ways because it thinks it's the edge of a, or well, it is, but I don't think it's the end of a sheet, and the computer says it is. Merge by distance. It's very, 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 very happy to be, like, making progress. I'm so excited to be actually working on this. Okay, so now we're going to shape out the rest of this. This has been annoying the crap out of me. It seems to be like arbitrarily coloring the sections of model based on like how they were joined together or when they were introduced like to the larger sculpture with the join. I don't really understand why. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I don't see what it is. The slight positive side effect that I didn't really need is it does show me where the seam is, so I can check immediately for issues. Issues like that. What's happening here? Could those be the 4 vertices that weren't connected? That should have been? That's 5 vertices. Everything's connected again. Oh, we're still missing one. Or no, it should be 2, right? Because it said 46. And there should be 52. So we're just going to check this whole group. Just merge by distance. It got one more. Okay, at least it's cooperating now. Maybe we'll find that other vertex along the way. What's that now? Okay. Just kind of the approximate smoothing at first. And then I also went through, like, this ended up a little bit flatter, and now I have the 1 kilometer mesh as an overlay so that I can match the shape, either match the shape of the higher resolution mesh to the lower one or vice versa. Doesn't really matter, but they do need to match because the lower resolution one will be used to display the texture of the world in the distance, so we kind of need it. Who's a boogie? Do you want to come up and say hi? Come here. Yes. Oh, heave. Oh. We're up. Who's a good girl? There we go. That's a good girl. Sticky woofer required. Where are you going? Huh? There's seat for you to stand on there. But you could also just stand on my leg where I put you in the first place. There you go. How's a boogie? How's a boogie? Oh, okay. Hi. No, don't mind me. Am I in your way? Yeah, totally. Cool. Oh, and burp, too. Sweet. Thanks. I assume you'll leave now? Oh, that's got some texture to it. My lord, woman. Okay. Thank you. That's lovely. That come out the right end? Pet ownership is wonderful. Oh, there's our last point. Who's a good girl? Pet ownership is wonderful. Yeah, you're a good girl. What? So why are you acting like that then? Oh, my lord. I forgot a whole section. How'd I manage that? Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, mama. Baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo. No! No! No. I just need to make extra sure that everything is selected here. Remove 50 exactly. Wondrous. The song is about the city in Indiana, right? Totally. Yeah. On par with other vacation destinations like Aruba and Jamaica is Kokomo, Indiana. Oh, there we go. We can smooth once again. Locomotion is going to be a very interesting and big part of this game. I mean, with a map this size and so many different kinds of places you can go to, different means of travel are going to be crucial. And I have several in mind already. But that's just something I need to be very cognizant of. Locomotion? My train's senses are tingling. Your train's senses are correct. But more on that later. With skipping the hammer slide and the McGuire dance, I'm pretty well set. That's true. That's true. We already got all of this figured out already. I don't know what I'm even talking about. It's like, Austin, have you even been watching the stream? Can we make the wheels do those? I think so. I think it can be done. Hey, Sky! How you doing? What's your day like today? If the wheels are sliding, there might be a problem with the trolley. True. How you doing this wonderful day, Sky? Today we're making mountains. Building a world map for my dream video game. Just woke up, was very sleepy. Well, I hope you got the rest you needed. Good morning. Instead of a train on tracks, it's like a really long plankin carried by golems doing various dances. Oh, I realized what a plankin is from context. That sounds amazing. Making a mountain out of molehills. Indeed we are. As I often do. Drama is the name of my game. Baby, oh, sorry, Lola. Put too much weight on you. Made you slip. Corey. Did it pain you to click on him? It's like the classic Emperor-Empress movement device. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I know exactly what you mean. And I am here for it. Only a bit. If you or anyone you know has been harmed by activating the Monty Mole emote, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Belongs on a wanted poster. So, should he have been on the sign instead of the mushroom? She's just a big lapdog. Yes, she is. Yeah, she loves to cuddle with us. She's afraid of everybody else. But she loves to cuddle with us. Emily and I are hermit people. She doesn't see anybody else. A little flattening out in here. She definitely didn't want to cuddle with you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Melody. She was afeared. We'd been traveling across the country, going from hotel to hotel, and somebody she didn't know walking into the foreign hotel room where she was worried and panicked was not on her bingo card. I don't think. That was a worse reaction than usual, and I think she was stressed out from the drive. She usually runs away, but she was like barking and she peed on the bed. She was stressed out. That was a long trip for her. I mean, it was for all of us, but for her especially. Bermuda, Bahama. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. You think she just needed some mac and cheese? That always helps calm you down. Well, I'll keep that in mind for our next road trip. The next time we move, 2,500 miles away or whatever the fuck. We'll keep that in mind. Peanut butter mac and cheese sounds great. Hey, agree to disagree. Melody's with me. Peanut butter mac and cheese sounds concerning. Lola, personal space, kiddo. What are you sniffing for? What are you looking for, huh? I know. I know. Life is hard. Like with apples. Maybe. Savory peanut sauce has good applications, but you don't know if cheese is the way. It's gonna depend. That's not gonna work for me with, like, boxed mac. It's gonna really depend on what kind of cheese. I feel like that could work, but it's got to be the right kind of cheese. I don't even know what kind of cheese is the right kind of cheese. I just know we need to find it. You could maybe make it as a dipping sauce for fried mac and cheese balls. Ooh, spicy peanut sauce as a dip for mac and cheese balls may just be the solution. I think you need, like, it needs to be like a really sharp, possibly a spiced cheese. Gouda is good. We're getting into state fair solutionism. Hey, they didn't get everything wrong. Pretty smoky. Yeah. If you get like a smoky cheese and you've got a good, real spicy peanut sauce, could work. Also known as Cheesecake Factory Extravagance Protocol. I was trying to figure out if there was a way to make that into a usable acronym. You're unconvinced that Cheesecake Factory is real? I mean, it's not. Cheesecake Factory isn't real, in the way that love isn't real, right? Like, it's a state of mind. It's a feeling. It's not tangible. You can't pin Cheesecake Factory down. with the bounds of physical reality. It's bigger than that. Well, I think you're a little dusty. If you haven't been there, maybe it doesn't exist in your shard of reality yet. Don't go saying things like that to me. Oh, kid, where are we trying to go? What do you want? Do you want to be baby held? No, you don't want to be baby held. What do you want? You're just like scooting around. I'm sorry I don't have enough thigh for you to sit on. I haven't structured my entire life around being the best possible chair for you. There was probably more to stand on when I had less belly. And I'm working on it. You had Olive Garden last night? Sounds like you had a good last night. I mean, I hope it wasn't your last night. That shouldn't be the case. But I hope last night was a good night. But like, planes exist and you've never been in one? You've never been in a plane? So you don't know about the large man that stands at the front and screams the entire time. The sound waves power the jet engines. But you've seen them. Good follow-up question. I've seen the outside of a Cheesecake Factory. I guess the difference is there could be anything inside those walls. It's usually a front for a mob operation. It was your mom's birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Sky Mom. More or less taking a shape I'm happy with. But the inside of a plane is the inside of a plane. Also, commercial jets are overrated. Fly in a small plane if you want to try it someday. Oh, definitely. Yeah, if you're just flying to experience flying, don't go in like a big plane. They suck. You can go now. Sweetheart, you gotta go. You can't keep shuffling on me. You're getting awfully close to stepping in some dangerous territory. And I don't want my day to go like that. The thing about the inside of a Cheesecake Factory is that there isn't actually anything in there. No lights and like 3 fake plants and Egyptian-style vases. So it could be whatever you want it to be. It is. It's just kind of like a big open floor for scarfing. You do get the sense that they have food replicators like Star Trek and unnecessary conveyor belts. Oh, the conveyor belts are fully necessary. That's fancy talk for microwaves. This looks mountain-like. Just looked outside and it's snowing. Right on. It snowed a little bit the other evening, and I think there's a chance we're going to get like some slush on Saturday. Do they have those paper tablecloths with crayons for the kids? I think that's Spaghetti Factory. Wrong food factory. You don't get a 250 plus item menu by making food fresh. Share the snow. Need that shape. And I'm still going to try to match this a little bit. I don't have a whole lot of material to work with here. And the reason I'm trying to match that, it doesn't really matter. I could make one match the other. It doesn't really matter which one I'm correcting. But I liked that silhouette, so I kind of want it back. That's pretty good. Need an excuse to find a good hot cacao recipe? You'd like some snow too? Might be a bit hard to find a cacao pod. Corey's got connections, alright? They got it figured out. Does Spaghetti Factory have cheesecake, and does the Cheesecake Factory have spaghetti? Cheesecake Factory has all of the spaghetti. Arguably, they are the true Spaghetti Factory. I want to kind of work on breath a little bit. But that's the thing. On this scale, breath isn't really anything. It's just kind of like a flat spot. Because that's going to be all... I mean, that's not going to be the map or the map mesh. That's going to be like individual objects. Trees and stuff. Stuff that I can call. Spaghetti Warehouse was better, but they shut down out there. Yes, I remember. You showed me. A tragic loss. Just gonna overdo it and then hit it with the smoother. Okay, mountain's looking pretty good. This does beg the question if there's a Cheesecake Warehouse restaurant out there to complete the square. That's a good question. have to age it somewhere. True. That's true. Although I hope they're aging the cheese, not the cheesecake. Because I don't know if I'm willing to roll the dice on whatever apocalyptic stomach bug will follow aged cheesecake. That sounds life-altering. Okay. It's double cheesecake. Do graham crackers even age, or are they immortal? We've never even had to find another supply since we found the mine back in the 1500s. Does iCarly count if they had a cheesecake warehouse? Did they have a cheesecake warehouse? I mean, I'm not here to deal with hypotheticals. I need to know what's going on. Yes, one for you too. Hold on. Ouch. Graham crackers get stale at least. Where was it? Where was what? They're better stale like ginger snaps, so do they become more powerful over time unendingly? No, eventually they reach a critical mass point and fracture into new baby graham crackers. That's how they reproduce. They didn't teach you about graham cracker mitosis? Really shameful, honestly. It mostly just reflects on the American education system. Okay, that doesn't suck. I can get behind that. Well, I'm trying not to agonize over stuff like this right now, right? Like, as I'm going through and fine-tuning, we can make changes all the way up the tier, or all the way up the line. IGN Everpound review. It doesn't suck. You know, I'm with you. I'm with you. That is the review that I'm praying for. If I could get that, I'm gonna be flying on a high cloud, people. I'm going to be a champion. I'd get it printed on a shirt. Just be walking my way down the road. You know how you walk. With that, it doesn't suck. Just print it on my shirt. Here's a good question. What kind of boats are in the game? Where to start? There are pirate ships. There are trade ships. There will be small, short-range fishing boats. You can also ride sea dragons. Both the big ones and the little ones. The big ones will... we'll get into that later. Several. I'm trying not to say everything that I have in mind. I'm saying a lot. But I'm trying to, like, keep some mystery. Merfairies. Essentially, yeah. That's part of it. Surprisingly in-depth answer. I have some specifics. I just try to not. I try not to say everything about what we have planned because we have a lot planned. Oh no, that's smoothing. What am I doing? Stupid. Just want to push that ridge in a little bit. You just see a lot of water? Well, that's because we're working on the map right now. And the map is where the water is. So, you are correct. Okay, does that look volcano-y from most angles? I feel like it kind of does. I don't know if I want it to erupt. I'm still deciding, because I mean, you know, I've mentioned that the story, like, world events will proceed whether the player joins in on them or not. And so that puts me in a situation where, do I want to have, like a Zelda situation, like, Majora's Mask? Is that what I want to do? Or at least, like, take inspiration from that? I don't know. I don't know, but maybe. Earth's got kind of bad level design being 3/4 water. Yeah, it's pretty weak. But there's a lot to do in the water also, Pimp. You're able to gain the ability to travel underwater. That is not going to be hard to do. Because it's half the map. And there are 3 large cities underwater. One of them is a ruin. 2 large cities that would be populated. We'll get into populated later because it's hard to render a lot of people at once. So, you know, we'll get into how populated it's actually going to look. Hopefully I'll be able to cut some corners there. But I mean, there's like real stuff to do underwater. You can go and live there if you want to. So, it's not just taking up map space. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it would be neat. I mean, it's me. So, you know, this is way more than I should be chewing. But we're moving now, like it's happening. This is part of a map. And, like, I actually went back to it and continued. Oh, so not cool. Yeah, not cool. Correct. You got it figured out. Thank you. Okay, I think we call that good. Then I think I'm just going to connect these 1, 2. I'm going to try and bring my way, like, I just want to finish this island, like, get its full perimeter in. And then the next thing I'm probably actually going to work on, I want to go to Breath, but there's really not much to do there in terms of, like, terrain. So what I'm probably going to do is Darridan, the trench. Because that seems like a fun thing to do. Yeah, so the ruined water city is over here. Oh, and Emily corrected me. I was talking to her about some of the lore stuff that we were talking about, and she reminded me that I had gotten something wrong. Oh, that's right. You remember how I mentioned that there's a water city here, right? There's Ethris. This is their biggest city. They have another small city over there called Ilas. And then they have an underwater ruin over here, which is Darridan, which used to be their capital city before this happened. The trench did not used to be there. The trench formed after the city had been there for an extended period of time when the Leviathan returned and the trench ended up adopting the name of the city. So that's why the nomenclature. But Belos right here is still in blue because it's a tribe. It's a subset of the water elves that chose to live on land because they have fins. Like, they don't have feet. Their feet are feet shaped, but they end in like a long fin. Like think like gillyweed. Yeah, flippers. Think like gillyweed in Harry Potter. And do they make plop noises when they walk? Well, here's the thing. The elves in Belos and the elves in Ethros are very contentious with one another. The elves can't walk on land unless they mutilate their feet. So the water elves that live in Belos... Emily reminded me of this. I had forgotten that we had this detail. So the elves that live on Belos chose to leave the water behind and cut their flippers off. Yeah, it is pretty dark. There's some dark stuff going on here. There are also mines filled with enslaved fire dragons that are used to... they're basically sapped for fuel. The liquid they produce that they can ignite in order to breathe fire is valuable fuel that Talia's people use. That's what the maw is. See this right here? The maw is Talia's mine. And it's not actually a mine. Pretty bad dragons, then. Well, it's not the dragons doing it. Talia's a person. The people enslaved the dragons. Just the fire dragons. Those are the ones that Talia found useful. But so there actually aren't going to be very. It started as a lore reason for there not being fire dragons everywhere, because I wanted the dragons to have different elemental abilities, and I also wanted there to be fire dragons in the canon. Because A, there have to be, and B, I wanted it. So I needed a reason why they're not around, and so I made it that Talia has rounded most of them up. There are some wilds in the Aelithan Plains, and that's kind of it. There's so much lore. We have so much lore. And the fun thing is, everything I've told you so far is the starting state of the game. Like, I haven't talked about any of the conflicts between these different, like, tribes, or these different groups, whatever. I tribe just, like, meaning, like, generalized. I haven't gotten into any of that. And I'm trying to avoid that, because that's the stuff that'll be, like, happening in game time. That everything I've said so far happened before the game started. So I don't think it qualifies as a spoiler. Maybe it does. I don't know. Yeah. I do like the Belos residents, though. They, because they... So the humans don't tend to like the water elves because they look more noticeably not human. The sky elves don't look like that. It's on the back of the box, so not spoilers. Exactly. The sky elves look a little more human. They don't look as... Like they didn't diverge from a humanoid form as much as the water elves did. And so they're not as, like... it's not necessarily oppressed. People aren't as racist to them. They're not really oppressed. They're running their own society. And they don't really want many of the resources that the mainland has, and there is trade. It's oppressed just doesn't seem quite the right word, but it's bad. And so the elves that live on Belos basically are not really friends with the mainland. They don't have trade because trade is handled by the larger government of the water elves. So they don't have trade with the mainland. They don't have trade with Ethris because they've been exiled. So basically they deal with the pirates who hang out in this area up here. The pirates hang out in the water space over the northwest or the northeast corner of Derridin, between Trist and Belos and Boiling Sands. So that's where all the pirates are. As long as they're not the Oka from Twilight Princess. No. Is it Oka or Uka? Something like that. No, not like them. No. They look like people mostly. Because the elves are basically... I actually haven't decided whether or not I want them to have literally evolved from humans. But maybe. But they're basically humans that decided to spend all of their energy trying to live with the dragons. And they picked a species, and they lived with them. And so the... You may not like it, but there would peak Hylian performance look like. So the Sky Elves mostly had to evolve the ability to breathe like thinner air and, you know, handle the intense cold and stuff like that. But the sea dragons needed to become, or the sea elves needed to become fish. So they look a lot more different. But anyway, I'm gonna keep plugging away at this. Hopefully I'll have more to show next time. The new the new prompt for Creative Corner will be posted tonight. So keep an eye out for that tomorrow morning. And I will be back on Friday with virtual reality. So I think that's going to be it for today. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a blast as always. I will see you on Friday. Take care. And so long, everybody. Thanks, Corey. Bye, Pimp. Bye, Moody. Bye, Sky, if you're still lurking in there. See you later.